Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. Welcome to my stream. Congratulations, White Panther, for being first. Congratulations to Rugmat for being not first. I suppose that's also an achievement, right? Am I disappointed with us, or do you not realize we can see you? You're nonsense. Thank you, White Panther. I appreciate that. Oh, Ian. Hey, Maddie. Sadly unable to toot today to announce my entrance. That is very disappointing. Disappointing, but you know what, Ian? It's also totally fine. Welcome in, Ian. Nice to have you here. It was your first not first, Rugmat. Oh, wow. Okay. There's a time and a place for everything, it seems. I will time you out, TD. I will do it. I know you're like skirting the line, but I would do it, you know. I really would do it. And I think you know I would do it. Probably. That being said, what is it actually? Oh. It's compliant. Look at that. It's actually TOS compliant. Welcome in, TD. It's very nice having you. I think we do need to welcome in... That's a naughty background. Maddie nudes. Welcome in, Panther. I know the clip is very old. I actually should replace the shout out with the random clip. I think that would be pretty fun. I don't know. That's cool. Is that White Panther? Now I'm confused. Odd, very odd. Welcome in, Yoast and Rars. Rars? What are you doing here? Interesting. I think you're looking for classy nudes. It couldn't find me. Wow, Rars, that is... You're here to troll Salma. Okay, cool. Wonderful. That's good to know. That's very good. Welcome in also TD. TD streams as well as part of the Claw. Yep. Indeed. Marble, welcome in. Nice to see you again. What have I done, chat? I've done something a bit silly. I know that I usually do things that are a bit odd, but I have truly gone well beyond what any normal human in science and tech or technology, software, game dev, whatever the category is called. Should we just make one roll-up category called science, technology, and software and gaming development? Are you in need of more additional knowledge? Actually, I'm not. This track's terrible. We're gonna skip that. Rose, you're not even a VIP, so you can be the worst. That's right. You can indeed be savage AF. What have you done to JavaScript now? Background dirt. I actually like that one. That's actually kind of cool. Not gonna lie. But yes, change the background as much as you like, chat. I've done something silly because I bought some stuff from Amazon. And one of those things, besides new sunglasses, so if one of you does redeem, can't remember what the redemption is called, cool something? What was it? Cool Gang. There is a new pair of sunglasses in the mix. But what is particularly concerning is I have bought this thing. Specifically, I've bought 10 of them. And the idea is awful, and I don't know why I'm doing it. But basically, if you sub, I will write your name on this mask. In the color that you choose. I have a whole thing of colors, fortunately. Because my partner is such an artist that she has such a huge collection of markers. So we are not in the hot tub category, but we are definitely writing people's names. What about existing subs? That is a very good question, and it's good that you're here. An existing sub can request their name to be written on the mask as well, but you have to be here. You just have to tell me what color you would like. Oh, cool gang, Rugmat. Do you want the new say my name, Bish? Rugmat, do you want the new glasses as part of your redemption? That's new glasses. Oh my gosh, TD, you did not. I choose white. What do we think of the new glasses? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Jay Walter, welcome in. Where's Jay Walter? Where's Jay Walter? Oh, I don't have a button for you. I'm so sorry. Ross has his founder. Yeah, Ross has founder because at some point she gave me support and now she took it away. That's how it works. Can I just mail you one of my masks? Yost, that sounds a bit creepy. Okay, Panther would like... So everyone who is subbed... That's because you now suck. Oh, so I didn't suck before. That's cool, you admitted it. Mike Myers called. He wants to make you return his spares. I never said I would wear it. Hold on, I could wear it. Why not? It's not so bad, is it? It's a bit tricky. Do the entire stream like this. Founder request. No, you haven't been here enough to make that kind of request. You do not get to make that kind of request, Roars. Mask plus GDPR equals win. Yeah, I mean, this is fully compliant, obviously. I do not know why I got the mask. I just thought I needed to get my basket to free shipping, and this was conveniently exactly the price that I needed to get my basket to free shipping. So Amazon, thank you. Thank you, Bezos. All right. Hold on a second. Okay, right name. Panther, of course, wants her name in black, I assume. Do we have black? We do. Black. Oh. Which side do we use? Bezos! I don't think I can allow that, Roars. I don't think I can allow... I don't think I can allow that, I'm sorry. Alright, so... TD, I will get to yours because yours requires special instruments. Alright, Panther. Panther wants... Panther prefers to be called Elgin. Me first, I'm queen. Alright, Panther. You're gonna go... I think Panther should go across the cheek. White. P. Now I need to look to get this correct. 4. N. 3. R. White Panther. All right, so we have one. We have one on the board, if you will, if you want to say it that way. Who else? Oh my gosh. You need to look how Panther is spelled? Yeah, you know, I might get things wrong. I might get things wrong. Hold on, this is what it looks like. And we'll have like a rule or something. I don't know what the rule will be yet for when I wear the mask, but it'll probably be if someone redeems Peekaboo, they can choose if they want this one or the Jason mask. Something like that. I'm missing all the chat because I was writing. Let's see. Buttons only for active streamers. Oh, right, Jay Walter. You removed yourself from the active streamer group. J Walter. Everyone here is a sub. So, this is funny. I'm currently in theater mode, and when I hover over the stream, when Maddie's avatar appears in the top left, it's almost in the perfect place above the claw banner. Really? You have to take a screenshot and send it in Discord. I want to see that. That's really cool. Or just give it its own redemption. Yeah, but... I don't know. I'm on Windows, but I'll try. Lol. Okay. J Walter. Wait, who was here before? J Walter or TD? Who was first? Who was in chat before? TD, you were in chat before. This is going to be very difficult, TD. Print screen? Is that a thing? TD, you really want me to use tiny hands to write your name? Are you sure? Are you really certain that you want me to do that? Because I feel like it's not going to go very well. Also, you didn't tell me what color, or I missed it, so you have to tell me again. I don't want to drop the marker. Coding Garden fan, thank you very much for jumping in. TD, I think I'll just take pink for you. It seems appropriate. Tiny hands writing for the claw baby. Seems fitting. Savage. Let's write T. Drayson. Alright, here we go. T. Drayson, you're going to get another premium spot. My eyebrow. T. Drayson. There we go. T. Drayson. Alright. New here, who dis? Canhorn, welcome in. Nice to see you. That's been a while. Canhorn. Everyone who is currently subscribed, if you're here, you can get your name written on the mask. And if you sub, then I will gladly write your name on the mask with the color of your choice. And there's a lot of colors. So we'll have to get through this now in the beginning, and then it will take a little bit less time. So Canhorn, yeah, let me know what color you'd like to have. TD, you gifted a sub to Rars. Rars, what color would you like to have? I will allow this. I will allow that, Ross. Are we spending 3 hours just writing names? No, I don't have that many subs. I have 25 subs, so it's fine. Not all of them will be here. Light pink or purple? This one is called Lilac. Hold on, I can zoom. No, I can't zoom in this one. Never mind. Light pink or purple? No problem. Okay. And you're also going to get a nice prime location. Rars has 3 W's. Raw. With RS. Rars. Yeah, but you see, TD, not all the subs are going to be in chat. You know? I would like whiteout, okay? Done. It's on there. Ironically, there is, funnily enough, lavender, pale lavender, which is basically white. J. Walter, it's only the name. I'm sorry. But Canhorn, I will write yours in super light color. How about that? Canhorn, I'll write yours wherever, because no one's gonna see it. It's there. It's very hard to see, but it's there. Canhorn. Indeed, you can horn. J. Walter, would you like a different color? Too late. No, it's... So, you can only have your name as it is written on Twitch. Now I dare all of you to change your username to to Braille. Pink it! Alright, pink it is. I'll take a different pink just to change things up a bit. J. Walter. J. Walter. I feel like you should have a spot here. J. Walter. Ta-da! Put the mask on and then make it in Braille. Steffi's not subbed, actually. What about text-to-speech? What about text-to-speech? Switch to some other random category. There's no code here yet. There's no code here yet. It's fine. Wait, I can fix that. Code 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it's enough for Twitch to grab a thumbnail. All right. So we have different people. We have T. Drayson, Canhorn. Canhorn. Rars, White Panther, and J. Walter. And now Canhorn has gifted a tier 2 sub to Steffi. Thank you so much for that gift sub. Also TD, thank you for the gift sub to Rars, seeing as she can't afford it. Steffi, what color would you like on the mask? What color would you like to be written? Your name. It's totally your decision. I'm guessing you're going to go for red. I cannot afford it, you're right. I'm saving up for a new monitor and a desk. Ruining my uniqueness. Of course, Steffi, you don't have to have your name on the mask. Orange. I do have orange. There's an orange. Placement. I think we're gonna go... Oh my god, I can barely see where Canhorn's is. It's there, but you can barely see it. Why does this track keep coming up? Steffi. Also gonna go across the cheek. Let's make sure we get the right Steffi. Steffi. 1, 2, 8. Okay, I need a drink, be right back. Yeah, you're not the only one, to be honest. Alright, here we go. This is what it looks like. Subs on my face. Literally subs on my face. Thank you all for your support, I appreciate it. I'm just gonna reject your points, TD. You can redeem it later again, when we actually do something hands-on. I don't want to drop the marker. I can't believe it. Tier 2 to Pretzel Rocks? I have so many questions. I have so many questions. Sponsored by Pretzel Rocks. Oh my gosh. Madness. Thank you so much for that gift sub, Canhorn. I appreciate it. The orange fits well with the White Panther black on the other side. Yeah, this looks really cool. Canhorn is somewhere here. It's very hard to see. Anyway, so that's the lulz. That is for the lulz. I thought it would be pretty funny. Oh wait, if you put Pretzel Rocks on there, you need to add. That's true. That's true. But Pretzel Rocks can't choose a color. Oh, Rugmat needs to be in yellow. Right. Yellow. Rugmat, of course. Okay. Excuse me 1 second. I got a message that looked a bit weird. What? Okay, that's weird. I got a purchase confirmation, but I didn't buy anything right now or in the last like 6 hours. So, alright, Rugmat. So I think yellow. What do you think, chat? I'm thinking like probably yellow would be good under White Panther, or maybe across the eye. Maybe. You never shared your biscuits with me, so I don't feel that guilty. Old wounds. Ooh, old wounds indeed. I think I'm gonna go with Rugmat. I think I'm gonna go underneath. Here. Rug. Mat. There we go.
Wow.
Hey Jace23, thank you so much for that follow. We're doing nonsense at the moment, but don't worry, we'll be coding soon. Don't cry because it's over. Smile. Because it happened. That's the advice that Stream Elements can give you. Yeah. So that's cool. That looks pretty good. All right. No more subs. If you are a sub, then you can definitely request to have your name written on... I will literally cry with joy when this stream is over. I don't understand. Ah, GDPR. Okay. Stream Elements as well. Stream Elements and Pretzel Rocks. Thank you very much, Anonymous Gifter. That's very, very kind, whoever did that. Unfortunately, we have to protect our identity. We have to protect our identity, chat. We've apparently been told to comply with the GDPR.
Which means we must suppress our identity. T-Drayson gifted a tier 1 sub to not T-Drayson. I wonder who that could be. It's definitely not T-Drayson. Oh, thank you, T-Drayson. Can I get pink as well, please? Oh, you're kidding me. You are kidding me. No. T-Drayson, no. No, 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 no. What is this? You should wear the anonymous mask as part of the bunny suit. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe you had enough points for that. Again. As part of the GDPR. So I have to, what you're telling me, or sorry, what you're telling Matty Tushes is, you need to go get, the bunny suit. You are on 30k channel points. Thank you, Ross, for the bit as well. And we're on a hype train? What is going on? That's from all the gifters, I guess. Oh my gosh. Well, I guess I'll need to go, Matty Tushes will need to go change into bunny outfit in order to comply with that request. You only need 12k for the next one. I'm changing the price of this thing. There's no way that I am not changing the price of this now.
Nice.
White Panther, thank you so much for those 100 bits. Today I learned you can't gift the channel owner a sub on their own channel. Did you actually try and do that, Joost? That's hilarious. That is truly phenomenal. Well, I'm currently still... My identity is still currently protected, and if you write a social security number in chat, will I get kicked from Twitch? Unlikely. I don't think it's possible. The price is fine. Make it more accessible to viewers. Sharing is caring. Any random number in chat could be anything, right? That's the thing. It doesn't necessarily need to be, like, something serious. Rogmat, thank you for those 100 bits as well. Now is the chance to drop with chaos bits floating around. There's quite a lot happening. To any of you who are just getting here, I'm very sorry. No, I just got a whisper from someone who would prefer to stay anonymous. They're not here, they went to buy ice cream. Oh, I see. Wow, the drop game is unreasonably slow. That was not like that before. That's crazy. What happened there? That wasn't like that earlier. I even dropped earlier. Wow, I wonder if it's like... Oh, it is! It's the blur filter. Wow, that's crazy. I didn't know it did that. Maybe I need to reload the browser source. Yeah, this is crazy. It's the blur filter. Oh wow, okay. I guess I'll have to leave that off for the moment. That drop game's pretty impressive. It's definitely a marathon, indeed. Well, chat, it seems that there has been a request for me to change into a bunny outfit. Therefore, that is what Matty Two Shoes will go do. And CPU usage. Actually, does it go up? Surprisingly not. CPU does not change, interestingly enough. There is, of course, a bingo board, if you would like to play it. Good land, Canhorn. 40 points, that is very respectable. Therefore, I shall go get changed and return momentarily, I guess.
I suppose that's the only way to really do this stream now. I can't reject your request because it's not fair, because you paid for it. So yeah, then I guess I'll be back in a few minutes. Ooh, another emote. What have I gotten? Did I get a new hype train emote? Paid? I saved up. Thank you everyone for your support. Level 2 hype train, that's really, I'm very honored. For what it's worth, for your information, Panther is chilling in her Twitch partner blanket. Choo choo. Hype cool. Did I get that one? Which one did I get? Oh, I did get that one too. That's nice. I need to note that down. Well, I'm very humbled by all the support. I didn't realize that it was such a game to all of you to troll me so hard for the mask. But of course, it makes sense. I mean, you're all very susceptible to games, as we know. Words on stream. So yeah, I think I'll just go get changed, if that's okay with you, chat, and I'll put it on Be Right Back, and then I'll be, yeah, I guess I'll be back in a minute or two. Maybe someone can win it one day. Are you gonna put it in the giveaway? That's hilarious. I'll be right back. Yeah, so here I am. Back in the bunny suit again. Yet again, another stream that I did not plan to do in a bunny suit, and that... Oh, that's cute. Cute bunny. That's a wild one for sure. Definitely a wild bunny. Rugmat, is it your first time experiencing the bunny suit? I'm not sure if you were here for the last time that it was redeemed. It's hard to remember who was here. Oh, yes. Okay, wow. First time. There's one thing I need to do. Give me a second. There's definitely one thing I need to do, because it will be funny. So this is what you get, chat. This is what you get when you come onto my stream, because I don't know how else to entertain you. You get anonymous bunny with subs on its face. Subs on the face. Quick, redeem GDPR. You don't need to. This is already masked, literally masked. You mean like this? GDPR compliant. Steffi, you don't need to redeem it. Honestly, you don't. Oh wait, do you want the other mask, Steffi? Is that what you want? Oh, I see. Steffi, you want the other one, don't you? Ah, yeah, that's what I thought. Someone turn the lights red? That would be great. Help me out. All right, Jason Bunny back in the house. Welcome to my stream, chat. Welcome to everyone. If you're here for the first time, I apologize. Also, Snark Cheese, I saw that you went into lurk and I didn't want to call it out, and now I'm saying hello to you anyway. So, honor my redemption. I will honor your redemption. After Steffi's redemption, there is a queue. Can you imagine someone new joining the stream now? Honestly, no. I can't. I really can't. I mean, there are certainly people here who've maybe never seen the stream before. It's possible. I don't know. Stuff the queues. I literally can't fix... Fine. You know what, Panther? Fine. Fine. Are there holes here? Oh my god. It actually Oh my god. It actually fits. I didn't know this would fit over the mask. Oh my god. This is if Jason had bad vision. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is awful. I don't even know how to use... Oh no. Hands on as well? Okay, Ian, hold on. I need tiny hands for this, apparently. Okay, here we go. Alright, tiny hands. All the things that you want. Bunny suit, vision trouble, peekaboo, hands off. All the redemptions that are possible. Even the lights have been redeemed multiple times. This is literally all of them. I shall not be wiggling because everything is going to fall. Just the eyes wiggle a little, like this. There certainly will not be a repeat of the wiggle event. Since someone became partner, they became a much bigger diva. Switch to cabaret, there's no code here. Is there a cabaret class? Category? No way. Oh my god. No. Time warp like this? Okay, we can try. I can't promise anything. Okay. Maybe. Thank you, Jay Walter. Now there's code. Look at that. We're in the right category. TD, how do you want me to redeem this exactly? Can you have an X? I don't even know. Let's try. Let me try. 1 second. It's gonna be just me, so that we can have the necessary things. Thank you very much for the code. Appreciate that. Rotation 45. 46? No. 45 degrees. My brain is melting keeping up with this nonsense. Oh, I have such an itch. Okay. Now it's gone. Okay. So, this one is one diagonal, and then the other one would be what's the opposite of 45 degrees? 275? I'm not sure. 270? Oh no, that's from the other way. 135? Is that the opposite? You're the maths nerd. That's not true. Yeah, that'll do it, probably. Or how do I do bottom left corner? 35 plus 90. Ah, 215 would be. 225, sorry. 225. Probably. This is very tricky, TD, but I'm doing it because it's you. All right. You want to have an X, but how am I supposed to do an X when there's an X? Like, oh, no, I hit the mic. 1 second. Okay. It's all good. How am I supposed to do an X when there is an X? Wiggly peek a bunny with tiny hands. Okay, here we go. We're gonna activate both and we're gonna see what happens. And close. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. That does not work as intended. Let's try both again. I don't think this works. X. It doesn't really work with both of them at the same time. But I guess one of them could be... Ah, yeah, the other one. It does need to come in the other direction. It means it needs to be 135. Then it probably works. Alright, let's do it. Here we go. Alright, here's the X you wanted. Like that. Whoa, that is cursed. That is so cursed. That is absolutely cursed. Oh my gosh. That is cursed. Alright, that's what you get, TD. I cannot do any better than that. That's literally peak right there. Hello, Luce. Welcome in. Can I shout out Luce without seeing anything? Maybe? I don't know. No, I can't. I don't see anything. Ah. I have to actually type it now with tiny hands.
Information. Ones and zeros never lie.
S-O. Thank you, Steffi. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. Thank you. Awesome. So that fell, whatever. Welcome. Now the stream has actually started. The trolls are indeed very real. I have been being trolled for about 45 minutes now. I've actually been trying to start stream, and instead we have been trolled immensely. When do hats come back? I'm actually not sure, TD, if they will come back. Good clips, people. Thank you for clipping, by the way, all of you doing clips. I always enjoy watching them. Cabbage. I don't think that's a real command. I hope I didn't miss anything. Can you add not T-Drayson to the mask? Yes. What color? What was it? I forget what color you wanted. Sorry, what not T-Drayson wanted as a color. Pink again. Just do not in front. Oh, wait, regex? We could do regex? We totally could. Should we do regex? Let's do regex. Why not? That's actually hilarious. It's a great idea. Background green elevator. Can I have a different color? Oh, so you're saying you want to do not... Okay, so you want to do not T-Drayson in pink, and then you want to write yours in a different color to differentiate. Interesting. Is that really what you want? Are you sure? Because it's going to happen. That's what Gröna Hissen translates to, apparently. No, add not to the beginning, then it can be both. Ah, but with a different color. Just make a pink exclamation mark in front of T-Drayson. Yes! Code. Definitely. That's a good idea. TD, we should just put an exclamation mark in front. That covers both cases. Programmatically. Thank you very much, whoever the anonymous gifter is, for giving gift sub to Ian. Ian is one of our most devoted viewers on Twitch, possibly the. Alright, here we go. Go for blue then. Okay, blue exclamation mark. Fine. Hey, you know what's really fun? I've never drawn on stream with all of you. Okay, here we go. It's done. You now have an exclamation mark in front. You've just seen my end stream redemption. Yeah, I mean, if you have enough points, you could technically do it if you really wanted to. If you really want me to end stream. What can I say? Congratulations to not T-Drayson or also T-Drayson in that case. I'm here. Now you know what I'm saving for. Oh, Steffi, you're gonna actually redeem it one day. I do have an announcement to make, though. Quite a very important announcement. I should stop the music. There's a very important announcement. Someone's gonna redeem. I know that someone is gonna redeem something. I just have to wait till it gets redeemed. Or I have to be really good with my timing. I'm only 4,832 streams away from redeeming Highlight My Message. I don't know if I should believe you, J. Walter. Oh wait, you can't gamble. Garbage. The announcement is, there we go, there's the garbage. Okay, there's cooldowns. Alright. Brawr's no comment on the Love Me comment. Monday will be a sponsored stream. And Monday is Valentine's Day. And I don't want to say anything to reveal too much about it, other than the title. Because the title says it all. The title of Monday's stream is going to be, Can We Measure Love? No! No! Great. Such great timing. Valentine's Day is a capitalist scam. It is, and it has nothing to do with Valentine's Day itself. It just has to do with love. It's not sponsored by any corporate overlords. It's sponsored by a really, really, really cool tech startup. And so it will be, Can We Measure Love? That will be the title of the stream. I look forward to seeing everyone there on Monday. And it's not sponsored by Grindr or Ask.com. Can you imagine the person who owns Ask.com? Can you believe it? They must have so much money. They must have so much money. Funnily enough, the other domains I was trying to peddle are actually love related. So if someone would be interesting for a dating site, yes. Maddie nudes? No. 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 One's a 3-letter .me and one is a 5-letter .com. So if you are seriously considering building a dating site, then yeah, get in touch. You know how to reach me. Maddie Nudes exists? You're kidding. No. No. No way. You're kidding. I adjusted Stream Elements' command for the carrot, and I'm so glad because Panther just noticed. Panther just noticed because she's just burst out laughing, and I know I know you just noticed. Did you know that this is a carrot? Yeah. I adjusted the command so it's not as annoying. Maddie Nudes. You're kidding. This actually exists? What are you talking about? It's not a site for me. And yes, I am very proud to be part of this Claw stream team. You can also go to the claw.team to see all the lovely people who are part of our stream team. What is what? Is this a real clip? What is this even about? You just wanted people to visit the link. I think we'll need to have a chat. Monday stream is going to be can we measure love? Can we measure shit? Yeah, I mean we might have to talk about my membership. You mean you want to give up being partner and you want to give it to me, right, Panther? You want to give me partnership to Twitch? That would be amazing. I would love that. I'm not going to say no to being Twitch partner. Apparently you get amazing merch. Like amazing merch. You can't handle the power. You don't know me. You can't handle the blanket. You're right, it's too warm for me. Definitely. He doesn't love me, he doesn't deserve to be in the team. Speaking of partner, your checkmark is gone, Panther. Yeah, where is your... Wait a second. Huh. Panther, did you get departnered? Oh, because you took... because of the train. Funny. Real funny. Hilarious. The checkmark is indeed quite important. Do I have a command for this? I feel like I have a command. Maybe not. Departnered. Well, we can just do as close as we can. The lulz. The checkmark is super important to some people. That being said, Panther is the only one who's partnered in our stream team, so that's the only reason we have the stream team. What can I say? Friday, but at what cost? Good afternoon, Gaston. What is the max badges? Probably 60 plus, I'm guessing. Gaston, I'm doing very well, actually. 3. Oh, you mean oh, sorry. I didn't understand your question, Canhorn. Thought you meant owned. Those that can show. Yeah, 3. There's three slots and you can pick one. Actually no, wait, that's not entirely true. Isn't staff an additional one? Staff or global admin might be a 4th. It's possible. Anyway, and even broadcaster, I don't know. Technically, if I was partnered and broadcaster and subbed and staff, I don't know, whatever. Panther apparently worked hard so we can coast on her success. I don't know. Hard is definitely questionable. So the announcement for Monday is done. I advise you all to come join Monday's stream because it will be highly interesting, both from a technical and psychological perspective. That's all I will say for now. I don't want to spoil anything. Why don't Twitch allow clan tags on Twitch for teams? Yeah, so we don't have like squad streaming or anything like that. That being said, I think we should do something cool with the stream team, and I will actually post that in the Discord. I will post it in Discord later. I've been thinking about that. Panther also asked if I was willing to do something. I mean like a badge that shows you're part of a team. Yeah, or like you're part of the team of the streamer who's, yeah, I know what you mean, TD. That would actually be kind of cool. I just don't think Twitch has the priority. They'd much rather work on something called moments, where you can get over 60 different badges for being part of a moment. Now, of course, I don't know what a moment is supposed to be exactly. I mean, me wearing all 3 redemptions at once might have been a moment. Will there be snacks? Possibly. I don't know. Depends. Yost, did you get your ice cream? That's the most important question. Canhorn is always in a moment. Hilarious. Hilarious. Let's get to coding. So, what we did previously on Matty Two Shoes, we were building this streaming product for streamers, analytics product for streamers. So we actually have Tao running here. I can show all of you. We've got Tao running here in the cloud on Railway. We can see here all the redemptions coming in, which is awesome. It's really cool. And all of those things are available in Tao's database. And the cool thing about that is that Tao also makes a WebSocket available to us. So we have enough places to go get data for our streaming product for streamers. You can tell I'm writing on a PC and normally on a Mac. Because you mean quotes. I know. Also, Gaston, to answer your question, I hope everyone had a good week, by the way, because it is Friday. If you can't tell by the absurdity of this stream that it's Friday, then I can't help you. I can't. I have no chance to help you. I really don't. So my week started out being extremely crap. Like awful. And so not Monday. Monday was pretty cool. Monday stream went really well. Had a lot of fun. Ended up being a lot longer than I thought it would be. And then Tuesday didn't go very well. Wednesday was really crappy as well. A lot of personal things, some business stuff. And then suddenly, yesterday and today, things just turned around completely. And it ended up being, this week ended up being actually the best week for our startup yet, which is amazing. Like really amazing. And I'm so grateful to everyone who's always very supportive and everything about that, because that's so important to me. If you don't know the whole story about the startup, that's fine. I didn't even like spend a lot of time talking about it yet, but yeah, it's been a long time coming, and so it was super important. Is super important to me to have it running, and so far we have made really great progress this week. And yeah, so that's like a huge win. Like, we've got new cooks on the platform, we've got people ordering food without us intervening. Like, it happens completely automatically. We're getting amazing feedback, and yeah, like all the hard work from the past 4 or 5 weeks is kind of starting to pay off. So thank you, Yost, I appreciate it. Who's collecting time warp scans? A week of Mac has killed my Windows productivity. Canhorn use Windows normally? I think that's true. How is absurdity a specialty of your Friday streams? Are the Monday ones less absurd? I do feel like yes, Steffi, a little bit. Maybe? I don't know. Rars, gefeliciteerd? Is that like Dutch for congratulations? Oh my god, you're actually you're kidding. You're actually collecting time warp scans. Are you actually collecting time warp scans? Oh my god! Why would someone do this? Why would someone? What is? I love shoes. Could literally write any message on there you wanted. Why would someone do this in WordPress? This seems unhealthy a little bit. This is truly, I mean, it's like on the line, if that makes sense. There's like a line between being a fan and being creepy. This is literally right. Rock mat. This is literally right on the line. The way that it's written is very, very good, I have to say. Like, welcome to a collection of time warp scans from Maddie Touche's stream. So this is fine. Like, if it had been written any other way, I probably would have been creeped out, to be honest. But what else is on Maddie Who? Is there some fan fiction? Actually, that's a good question. We should check out the site index. Isn't there like a cool what's it called? Can't I see? We can just do. Can't we do site? Why does this not work properly? And now we see how deep the bunny hole goes. Oh, the space. Thank you. Yeah, true. There's a separate page for this? Seems like a mistake. Honestly, TD writing fanfiction would actually be kind of hilarious. Rockmat, do you have a preference for the time warp of how I should redeem the time warp? It's because of the post type that was created. Yeah, hence Raw is asking why you did it in WordPress. That makes sense. Furry, oh god. No preference. Interesting. Okay, no preference. I mean, okay. There you go. That's the best I can do for you. If you have no preference, that's what you get. Is that okay? Are you satisfied? The arm is kind of coming out of nowhere. Looks like someone else is actually lifting the bunny ear. It's actually kind of funny. So yeah, there you go. Could be better. Oh, okay. Let's do one from below. Is that more something to your liking, Rockmat? The Man with Two Shoes, a short story with no feet. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. I wonder if you could get both arms floating. It's difficult. It's difficult. I'd also like to do work on stream today. So yeah, I'm gonna move my OBS thing. Probably like over here. So here we go. Words on stream. Hey, you gotta pay for it. I ain't doing it for free, that's for sure. Definitely not. No way. So what we did here last time basically what happened was I figured out that we can do all the things that we need to do. We can get chatters every 2 minutes. So basically it goes into chat and then it inserts my chatters. So if I run this now, where is that? Get users. Server.mjs. Now we got all the information about White Panther, didn't we? Look at that. I help developers build stuff, learn things, and love what they do. Developer experience engineer at Netlify. Created at 2019. Oh no. Ah, Steffi. Really? You all want to play Words on stream? You all want to play Words on stream? Two redemptions for Words on stream. Only one of you. I will only grant one of them. Do you know your chat at all? No, apparently. I thought you all wanted to see me build stuff on stream. But it's apparently you just want to see me play Words. Which is very weird. Okay, well, I will accept one of them. All rewards claimed for this stream. Check again on the next stream. Yeah, it gets out of stock. It gets out of stock. Like, what do you want me to do? Okay, chat. Okay, fine. We shall play Words on stream. But there's going to be additional difficulty added because you all want to play Words on stream. Fine, we'll play Words on stream. Fine. We'll play Words on stream, but we're going to add a bit of difficulty. I already lost, yeah. Restart. Here we go. GG chat. So after every 5 levels, I will add additional difficulty. How about that? Okay? Every 5 levels, so level 5, level 10, level 15. If you skip levels, I'm still gonna add it. They're basically like milestones. Total Recall. Good job, White Panther. The additional difficulty is going to be something hilarious, and you're just going to have to deal with it. It's not something I can really help you with. Let's put it that way. I guess I will code in the meantime. Okay. I guess. Get users. Pretzel keeps disappearing. Does anyone else have that? Pretzel on Mac just like moves its window randomly to another place. It's a bit strange. Can you add a mini code screen? Maybe. What is up with the progress bar? Yeah, I don't know. It's doing weird stuff. It's a bit strange. Can I add a mini code screen? I could, in theory. But I won't. Because none of you want to see me code. You want to see me play Words. Panther is indeed winning. I think it's just a bit laggy, Rockman. I'll add code. I'll add code. Gosh, you all are so annoying. Lose. Tools. Display capture. Add existing. This is gonna just... If I add this now, well, you can't lose anyway, it's fine. Tiny code screen. Yeah. I'm adding it. You all wanted me to add it, so I'm adding it. Here. I don't know. Where should I put it? I don't know where to put this. Put it up here. Like this. Dumpster as a background. Yeah, perfect. No problem. Go away with your additional knowledge. So we do... Okay, get the chatters. Did this actually run? My Free Spirit, welcome in. Nice to see you playing with us. This is actually a coding stream. You is fake? No, you're fake.
You is fake.
There you go. You is fake. We need better music though. That's better. Alright, so if no data, then fetch get users, blah blah blah. I didn't get to this, did I? I have to read what I did last time because I honestly don't remember. So you cleared the level, just FYI. What level are you on? Level 7. Oh, I forgot to do the difficulty. Oh no. Okay, I'll add the difficulty now. Okay, difficulty is added. Are we there yet? No, not quite, my Free Spirit. Not quite. The additional difficulty is that the letters will be blurred. That's basically it. But you should be able to figure it out. I think it'll be possible. Did anyone get the final word? No one got the final word. Unfortunate. Wow, okay, the blur filter makes everything really laggy. That's very bad. We're not going to use that. That's actually super bad. Hard mode words. Exegete. Tier 1 sub? Thank you for that. I don't know why the alert didn't come in. Thank you very much, Exegete. I appreciate that. 5 months. You get your name on a mask. That's right. There's this mask here. And you can... There it is. So Exy, you can choose what color you would like your name on the mask to be. There's pretty much... I mean, there's a whole box of colors you can choose from. So is R fake? Are you sure? Are you sure?
R is fake.
White. You see, you're not the first person to ask for that. And there is indeed pale lavender, which is basically it's basically, you know, it's basically white. So are you sure about that exegete? You won't see it. You know? That's the thing. You won't see it. Are you really sure, exegete? Like, I mean, I can do it. Yes, nobody needs me on their face. Alright, I'll put you above Canhorn, who you also can't see. No, I'll put you down here, it's fine. Exegete IO, right? Yeah. There we go. Just like Jay Walter said, acne. Funny how that actually worked out, isn't it? It's actually pretty funny. Continue. Exegete.io, free advertising. Yeah, exactly. Well done. Which no one can see. Free false advertising. Free invisible advertising. Level 10. Wow. Doing well. In for a nickel, in for a dime. Alright, so I read chatters by getting the chatters first. Async function. Get users. Gets my users from chat. Ah, hold on. Okay. So we're gonna do login users. What's fake, chat? Did anyone figure out what's fake yet? Ah, M is fake. Really? Look at that.
M is fake.
Okay. So if we do get users const get user data, so we want to run the function nickel with LE. That's interesting. So let's see. Get users gets everyone from chat based on get chatters. So get chatters runs first, then get users, then write chatter data. So this is gonna put everyone into insert users, which is insert into Twitch chatters values chatters. Oh, actually I need to connect to the Postgres DB, don't I? I think. Oh is fake. You're fake, Jay Walter. Good job, chat. Let's continue then. We will play until you lose, basically. Am I fake? Really? Prove it. Prove I'm fake. For the bunny. Carrot for the bunny. Wait, which carrot do you mean? That's the question. Oh, GDPR. If you weren't fake, you'd have nothing to hide. That's actually not a bad... It's not a bad... Yeah. True. That's very true. Not wrong. I have to look at something, chat. Give me a second. Is T fake? Is it confirmed? Ah. Well, the fake letter is T.
T is fake. W is hidden.
W is hidden and T is fake. Exegete, you have claimed GDPR. It wasn't enough, chat.
It seems it was not enough. We had one redeem for words on stream. If you would like to have another round, someone else will need to redeem another round of words on stream. I refunded 2 people. No, I refunded 2 of them. To be certain that the people actually want to run them. So if Canhorn or TD would like to play another round, then they can redeem and I will accept one of them, whoever is first. We, however, do need to run an ad soon, so one of the 2 will need to be quite quick in the redemption category. Words are still out of stock. Oh, really? So when you cancel a redemption, it doesn't count. It doesn't restock it. Oh, I see. I see. Very well, then we will continue playing another round. That's just the way Twitch is. I will restart the game. Very well. There's nothing I can do about Twitch not counting things properly. I will happily put on those My Free Spirit in a moment. Do you have a preference as to what sunglasses you would like after GDPR has subsided? You can choose. We've got a few different ones to choose from. We've got kind of orange sunglasses. We've got steampunk style. We've got nerd. We've got gold ones. We've got pilot sunglasses. You can choose, My Free Spirit. It's up to you. If you don't make a decision, if you don't make a choice, rather, I'll just choose orange. Okay, cool. All right. Nice. I will put those on afterwards. So basically, write shadow data. This should write everything into the database. Then there's an async function. Let current users is declared, but its value is never read. What did I do here? Compare users. Query the database to check. I can allow that, My Free Spirit, unless it's a curse word. If you choose not to choose, you will still have made a choice. If no data, then fetch with get users and write to the database. Skip 2 levels. On level 1? So you've skipped to level 3. Wow, chat, that's not particularly great. I gotta say, it's not a great result. I mean, background F. Is that an F? That's a bird. That's a bird. Or at least Chad isn't dressed in a bunny suit.
Disappointed!
You're not the only one who's disappointed, Free Spirit. Muffler. Everybody's muffled. Const my chatters away equals my chatters. My chatters equals blah blah blah. Write data my chatters. Read write user data my chatters. Do we console log anything here? No. Let's just run it, see what happens. Uh-oh. There's an error. Error syntax at or on near select. Socket emit. Chatters is not defined. Okay, I wrote something and it probably isn't good. I think it's like pseudocode. It's not even real code, I don't think. You're gonna need to hurry up, chat, because there's gonna be an ad soon, and I can't really delay it. I mean, I could delay it if you really want me to. In theory, I could delay it. So you have like 4.5 minutes until the ad. Do you think you'll manage to do... you think you'll manage to lose in words until then, chat? What do you think? No? Okay. Optimistic. I mean, most of you playing are subbed, so it'll probably be fine. How do you have these times where you must show ads? I did an ad in the beginning when I started, and that gave me an hour and a half, and we're now almost at the hour and a half mark. So I don't take breaks, Panther, like you do, so I have to show my ads while I'm still streaming. I mean, when I went to... What happens if you choose not to run the ad? I don't have a choice in the matter. The ad is going to start in 3 minutes 20 seconds. Because I've selected the smallest possible ad time across the largest space as possible. So I run 30 seconds of ads for every hour of streaming. Which is actually pretty good, to be honest. Like 30 seconds on an hour is alright. It basically, the reason I'm doing it that way is to avoid pre-rolls. I want to avoid people getting pre-rolled when they come in. So I try to run the ads tactically at certain times. You can't disable it completely. If I could disable ads completely on my channel, I would. Unfortunately, in order to do that, you need to be non-affiliated. Yeah. I think my identity has been revealed now, so there's not much point.
There's not much point in pretending any longer, chat. That being said, we're gonna put on different glasses now. Free Spirit claimed the orange cool gang. There we go. Thank you for that, Free Spirit, I appreciate it. Alright, 2 minutes till the ad. So if you don't lose this round, then I'll just run them in between. I'll run them in between the rounds. I'll leave it paused. People can refresh the stream if there's a lot of lag. And that's it, basically. Although looking in chat, most people are indeed subbed. I'm gonna make this code window bigger because I actually don't need I don't need the preview window at the moment. Okay, so get users is declared, but its value is never read. Ah. So get chatters is used in get users. And that's not used anywhere. Okay, I need to go through this code again because I do not remember what I did last time. Okay, so get chatters gets everyone in chat. Get users gets everyone from chatters. Write chatters to Postgres, which we do every time. Oh, the ad started. For those of you who are not subbed, you're currently experiencing an ad, which actually that timing is pretty good with the end of the level. What ad? Exactly. Exactly. So those of you who got an ad, let me know when you're back and I will start the next level. And let me know what your ad was, I'm curious. Everyone gets different ads, so it's always fun to know. Let's go, Free Spirit. Wonderful. For Mini Cooper. Okay. What country are you based in, Free Spirit? Do you need a new car? That's a better question. Do you need a new car? Do you have a car? Belgium. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Snark cheese. Need a new car. There is a fake letter. I would say it's probably the Q. Endive. Good job. Divin. Divin? Insert into Twitch chatters, value Twitch chatters, blah blah blah. So that wrote it every time. Now, write chatter data. So then we take all the users currently in chat and we run an update query. And then we try to run the update query and then... Oh, veined. Nice. Venn diagram. Bit short for that one. So then we need to like... Ah, right. We need to query the DB to see if they're... I see. Okay. I need to see the database for this. Oh, you lost! Chat! Oh no! That's unfortunate. Aw. Good job though. Level 12. Not bad. Level 12 again, indeed. Yeah. I think that's it. That's it. Again? What do you mean again? Why would we do this again? Does everybody want to go again? Third round? Ah, T. Drayson's redemption. Is TD even here? I don't think TD is here anymore. Background referee. He's here in spirit. Fine, last one though. Last one. Y'all better give it your best shot. I'm just telling you now. Background dead. Thank you for sending good vibes, Free Spirit. Appreciate that. So I need to access the database. Let's go take a look. Porous. Just gotta close out that stuff. Postgres at railway, gin, public, tables. Refresh. So this is now set up. So we have what's happening. What's happening is we get the chatters, then we get users, but this isn't actually done anywhere. Aha, take all the chatters currently in chat. Ah, we need to pass the user data to read-write user data. We need to pass that to read-write user data. We need to, I think, const my users. That's a weird name. My users equals await get users. Wait, is it get user data? Okay, I'll continue chat. Hold on a second. Background words. Are those the only words? Soursop was the word. Get users. Yeah, exactly. Get users. Okay. $22 chatters. All right, so we have all the users in chat. And that's apparently only me. That's interesting. Why is that only one of them? Iceberg! Nicely done, J. Walter. Did I somewhere manually code my username? Slash users, login, users, get users. Ah, I need to pass. 1 second.
They're great.
Why is fake full year? Oh my gosh. Noob! Noob! That's fantastic news. Noob, that's great news. That is great news. Congratulations, Noob, on 1 year. And really, what I should be saying is thank you. Honestly, 1 year of support, Noob. That means so much to me, really. That's so cool. I'm so glad that you would support me for a year. Now you get to choose what color you would like your name written on the mask. Lots of people have had their name written on the mask so far. Existing subs as well as new subs. So you can choose, there's a ton of colors to choose from. Some nice bluish color. Okay. What do we think about cerulean blue? Is there a blink color? There is not. Here we go. Let's see, where should we put that noob? Faculty would be the long word. Yep, Rugmat got it. Can you write my name in marquee? Noob, I'm going to put yours on my forehead. That. I have to get the stuff correct. And double underscore. There we go. You are now on the forehead, Noob. You are on the forehead. Legendary. Truly legendary. Marquee and blink. Only if it's an emergency. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the sub mask. Technically, I could gift it at the end of the month or something, like as part of a giveaway, but then I would have to send it to people, and I think postage is going to be quite expensive for it. I don't know. No idea. If you have any ideas of what you think I should do with the masks, let me know. Nothing weird. Fatly. What? Fatly. Here's the code. So we have Twitch chatters database, which has logs in it for whenever there's chatters, which has all the chatters in it, which is pretty cool. That's not a word. He walked fatly over to the cake table. Thanks, words. I know I'm fatly. It's kind of a special kind of fatly, isn't it? Okay, so it's only giving me my data back. Finance. Wow. Exegete. Nicely done. First word on the board. That's impressive. That's very impressive. Super cool. All right, I need to work my way through this again. So if there's no data, then I fetch with get users and write to the database. This is when we compare, which would be the user data. Ah, I see. That's why we didn't do it here. That's why we didn't do it here. Someone can get cafe if they like. The Q is indeed fake.
Q is fake.
Okay, read write user data. So let current users equal users. The first thing we want to do is run the update query, which does insert into Twitch users meta. Did that run yet? Uh-huh, it did. Because there's no one in Twitch users, is there? Ah, there is. Oh, wait a second. Okay. Insert into Twitch users meta from Twitch users. Okay. Well, chat, you're at level 7. That's already something, I guess. Not too bad. So it will run the user's update query. Exchange. Nicely done, Snark Cheese. Nicely done. Very, very well done. See, I don't get it. TD redeems the bunny suit and then, you know, F's off. That's what's kind of hilarious. I need help with this code probably, chat, to be honest. He has the clip and the time warp. It's good enough for him. Oh, this is kind of breaking my head in. So we run a user's update, then we need to read from the DB. That's fine. We don't need to return anything from here. Return. What if you don't need to return anything? Should you still do a try catch if you don't need to return anything? Someone can grab cage if they're quick. I'll do it for you. No problem. One of you might have gotten it. Cage, cage, cage. Nicolas Cage, you've just been caged. So if I don't need to return anything...
Garbage.
Return garbage. Users update query. User update query executed. Okay. Placecage.com. Alright, so we return a console log. Can you return a console log? I'm actually not sure about that. So then, V is fake. No way.
V is fake.
Is it Oil Man? I think it's longer. It's longer. I don't think it's Oil Man. This tough, chat. I don't know if you're gonna make this one. What level are you on again? Level 13 this time. 51 out of 86. Gonna have to bump it up, chat. Oh wow. X was the hidden letter. What is that word? Mailbox. That's the word. Thank you, Jay Walter. I think you just made it in time. Yep, we just made it. Oof, that was close though. That was very close. All right. So if we have this query, which updates all the users, then we have to compare the users. So let's skip that for the moment. So if there's no data, then fetch with get users and write to the database. So we do const current users. Did we already define it? Oh no, we already defined it. Current users. Current users equals await get users for current users. User data. Yeah. Annoying. Am I annoying? Y is indeed hidden.
Y is hidden.
And
V is fake.
that's right. V is fake and Y is hidden. So const user data equals await get users, and then insert into Twitch chatters. Wait, what? We already have that every time. I don't get it. All right, Sunfish, let's go. I need to read this through again. Take all the users currently in chat, which is current users equals users. My chatters are the ones who are my chatters. Write the chatter data into Postgres, which is insert into Twitch chatters values. Okay. Then read write user data. So the chatters go into there, that's fine. But then apart from that, I also need to write their user data into there. So I do get the current users from the users past, which is the users object. Then I need to run an update. Then I need to get the user data because I didn't get it for them yet. Console log user data, and then let's just block comment. Oh, yikes. I did some stuff. Oof, this one looks rough, chat. Peasant. I think that's it, chat. I don't think you're going anywhere after this. Yep. That was 3 words on stream redemptions. Good job, chat. You did a good job. Now it's time for me to go on a short break to use the bathroom. Level 17 is very impressive though, I have to say. That is a very good, it's not the record for this channel, but you know, GG's. And I'll be right back in a short moment. I will play an ad again so that we can take care of that, and then we'll get back to doing some more code. And you can help me because I'm struggling. All right, chat. Did you all take a break as well? Or what? Okay, so this seems to be working, sort of. I'm not entirely sure what broke. I think I'm just outputting too much junk. Because I see lots of object stuff. So what I would try and do now... Where's the console log? Because I don't know where that is. Insert into Twitch users meta. Should still be nothing on there. Yeah, there's nothing on there still. So this probably ran again? Latest run is 9:53. Yeah, okay. I think Twitch has some problems again. My who is streaming sidebar just vanished. Really? Let me check uptime here. Connection on the stream says it's good. Says it's still live and everything. But Twitch is always having problems. It's not really news. It got very quiet. Marble Wraith basically lulled, and then there was nothing in chat after that. But I have chat on my iPad as well, so it seems to be the same. Console log error stack, write chatter data, get users. Where's the console log coming from? Console log, user data dot data, for example. So what is happening here is basically const user data is taking get users from current users, which is an array. And get users is up here, which runs the array through the users thing, which returns that object, I assume. Let's see what it is. Oh. Yeah, that works. Yeah. And Commander Root's in my chat again. That's cool. That means I've made it as a streamer. Oh, I saw a partner somewhere. Stream Elements. Delvoid, ex-League of Legends streamer. Father of two with beautiful fiance. Currently learning JavaScript. Ooh. Ex-League of Legends streamer. Cool. Canhorn. Remastino. Just a Bubble. These are all the users. But there is a syntax error near select. Is that this? Insert into Twitch users meta. Oh. There's a SQL syntax problem. For the scene users, would it be easier or harder to just log the first and last time you saw them, as opposed to all users every time? So Snark Cheese, it would be just as... the first and last time you see them would rely on the fact of you logging them in between, kind of. Because then you would be able to get the minimum and maximum entries. Also, SQL. I just want to show off my merch again. I got this amazing SQL t-shirt from Census. And I absolutely love this shirt. It's also a really good fit, but just thematically, it's hilarious. But there seems to be an error in my SQL query, which is very weird. Because if we run it here in the console, where's the console? No, somewhere here. Console Postgres. This probably works. Error syntax. No. Really? Oh, so this doesn't even work. Is that... Oh, is that where we got stuck last time? Oh, maybe that's where we got stuck last time. Ooh, that actually makes sense. We actually kind of got stuck there. Huh. I was trying to write an insert statement with a select nested query, and I think that was the problem. I see. Why can't I do this? That's the question, because this itself is a valid SQL query, isn't it? Yeah, you see? This is in itself a valid SQL query. You can either log every time you see them, or I guess you could do a comparison of who is in the chat now compared to a select of users with no leave time. Yeah, but that on-the-fly comparison, I'd kind of like to avoid doing that. I'd rather just log chatters every time, like this, because then what I can do is for every timestamp, I can basically look whether that person was there or not, and I can compute the view. It's a lot easier to do it this way, actually. I can basically compute when was someone first seen and when were they last seen relatively easily from this kind of structure. What I don't get, y'all maybe have to help me with this. I don't understand why. I just gotta move something over here. 1 second. This is some of the startup stuff. I don't want to lose it. This query is valid, but what it doesn't like is using this as an insert. Why is that though? Postgres, I think we Googled this last time. Postgres SQL insert from select. How to insert values into a table from a select query. Column order does matter. So if and only if the column orders match, you can, for example, insert into, okay, insert into Twitch users meta. Technically without that, in theory. Oh, really? So you can do without values. Ah. ID, login, broadcaster, view count, created at. Oh, this would be much nicer. Didn't I figure this out last stream? Disappointing. Thought I would have figured this out last stream. Does this work? Oh, it does work. Oh. So if we go to Twitch users meta, oh, look at that. Yeah, there they are. Okay. That's cool. That's really cool, actually. So that works. How did I not figure this out last time? That took like 2 minutes. Weird. Alright, so this query now works, which means we have to take this query out of here. Sorry, I don't have a lot of screen real estate, chat. Trying to do the best I can. It's a bit of overlap. Gonna put this into here. I know it's not great formatting, but it is the way it is. I'm gonna make that on the next line because I think it looks weird otherwise. Okay, so this would technically now, this will write that stuff. User update query executed. This actually run users metacode to update you. Ah, yeah. So this would have to be, I forgot about this. So what this does is it takes all of the users it finds in Twitch users, of which there are none currently, by the way. These are just fictitious. And it would update them into Twitch users meta. And that doesn't work because if we do an insert every time, we're just duplicating Twitch users. So we actually need to upsert. And I think we can upsert with the same syntax. Does that not work? I need to look at the syntax for upsert. I don't know it. I do not know what it is. Upsert Postgres from select. Yes, J. Walter, it does. Ah, excluded. Right. on conflict. Right. Okay, so I've read about this before. So it's insert into. Basically what it does, you want to upsert with Postgres using values from a select. So you basically have here Harry SQL. Upsert this into where. Very funny, Panther. Very, very funny. But actually, in terms of Harry SQL... Oh! I'm getting a call.
Collect call from
Harry SQL?
at the Clark County Prison. This call may be monitored or recorded. To accept the charges for this call, press 1. To refuse this call, hang up.
Definitely hanging up on that. I just got a call from Harry SQL. Oh, Panther. Dodging those TOS. Dodging the TOS like a boss. Very, very good job. Very good job. So we have an on conflict. Let's see what happens here. On conflict. What is the on conflict condition though? Oh wait, there was actually a documentation article. On conflict target action. So, are there constraints on our table? No. On constraint, the action can be one of the following. Drop table if exists customers, create table customers, blah blah blah. So we could make this the primary key. If we made the column the primary key, then we could automatically use a constraint. Let's see how that works. On conflict, on constraint. On constraint ID, we have to probably reference, right? Customer's name key. What's that field isn't even in there. Insert into Twitch users meta name email on conflict on constraint customer's name key. The statement specified. Ah, here we go. Seems like a lot of code. On conflict? Oh, it wouldn't be on conflict. It would be on constraint. But we'll do on conflict. Do update. And then we do set. What do we want to update? What can change? That's the real question. What are the dimensions that can change? The view count? Where's this excluded coming from? I don't understand the syntax, chat. So it doesn't make sense to me. On conflict. Stack Overflow will be better than documentation. So on conflict ID, for example, do update set view count equal view count. And then, I don't know, can we specify multiple conditions? That's the thing. Set created at, the created at won't change, but okay. The broadcaster type could change though. Broadcaster type equals broadcaster type. Let's see if this works. I have no idea if it'll work. Aha. Column reference. Set TU. But what's the table being inserted into? Ah, right. Twitch users meta dot broadcaster type. Equals Twitch users meta dot view count. TU of relation does not exist. Is it the other way around? 1 second. Maybe it's the other way around. Chat, you're so quiet today, and I appreciate it because now I can actually work. Broadcaster type is ambiguous. Okay. What about now? Missing from clause entry for table TU. Shoo me. Shouldn't have said anything. I'm currently researching how to create a word on stream bot.
Show me what you got. I want to see what you got. Oh boy.
I don't want to just insert every time because it doesn't make any sense. Otherwise, I'm just going to save the entire history of a user. You know what? Maybe we just have to do that. Maybe we just have to save each user's entry again. And then run a query to get the latest users, basically. Like we do this. To get the latest user data from there. Oh, time series, yeah. But this actually should be possible. Using do nothing, using do update. Ah, it's actually excluded. Hold on a second. Set broadcaster type What does excluded mean? We want to update rows when they already exist in the table. On conflict, do update clause. Oh, this is Prisma documentation. This time we specify a modification to make all existing row if it conflicts with one of our. We use the virtual excluded table, which contains the items we intended to insert. Ah, to update the name column. So if I type view count equals excluded dot view count. Oh, snap. I think that worked. I think that actually worked. Okay. This user is now in here. The updated at is 2219, which is now. That was just now. If we run it again, it should not update any information. Because there was no conflict, because everything was the same. Created at, view count, etc. But what if there's another entry here with the same data? Broadcaster type is mommy still, and the view count is 145. Create at is the same. Okay, so now there's been an update for this user. Fine. What happens now when we run this query again? Was there a conflict? And did it update? Twitch users meta. Refresh. Oh. It didn't updated at. Okay, I have a conundrum. Do I fall asleep in my partner blanket on the sofa and wait for mystery husband to get home, or do I actually go to bed? Seeing as it's only 20 past 10, I think you could probably just stay on the sofa, Panther. I see that you were careful to mention partner blanket. You just casually pointed meme box at Asmongold's stream with 350,000 viewers. What? How did you point meme box to Asmongold's stream? Very careful to mention the partner blanket. Noob, it's broken, be careful. Yeah, Panther broke it earlier. Ah, TMI can listen to any channel, right? Mm-hmm. True. Updated at is timestamp now. So we would have to do... we would have to set... Right, hold on. We would have to set updated at equals null. Because then oh, it would, shit. So it's like listening to chat. Exactly, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. Updated at won't work in this case. We have to actually specify it now. So updated at equals now. Basically. It's one way to get all the possibilities of Twitch data for each event. That's true. Okay, 2224. Wonderful. Now the thing is, there should be no conflict anymore. Oh, it updates it every time. I don't want it to update the whole 350,000. Yeah, chat scrolls so fast. You can't even you can't even believe it. It's crazy. I can't read it either. I wouldn't want that many people in chat. I couldn't keep up with conversation. It's awful. Ah, so it's doing it every time. There's no conflict. How do I know if there's a conflict? Well, you get work done when I leave. Yeah, TD left, and then we suddenly all got super efficient. Normally, duplicate key value violates unique constraint. Director P key. ID3 already exists. In this case, neither of the records were added, even if only the first one had a conflict. On conflict ID, do update. The do nothing option allows you to silently skip conflicting rows. Meanwhile, the do update choice lets you conditionally alter the existing record when a conflict occurs, optionally using values from the original proposed row. Understanding a scenario where each may be useful can help simplify your queries. Can you have a condition? Can you have a where clause? Ah. Sorry, I was away doing some awesome Ninja Google Sheets. Sheet. Say that last sheet as a swear word. Ninja Google Sheets sheet. You mean like... like that. The where clause is subordinate to the onConflict do update set clause. Incident to blah 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 on conflict. Ah, here we go. Do update set status blah 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 where we can't have two where clauses? Maybe we need to do another nested select. It's kind of weird, but we might have to. Weirdly enough. Okay, so let's see if we do if we do something like this, select star from blah 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 on conflict, do update set blah blah blah. Asmongold just rated the channel with 373,000 viewers. Oh. I think I would put emote only. Probably. I think I would put emote only and slow chat. I think that's the only thing I could do. You would pass out. I probably would also pass out. Where broadcaster type is not equal to excluded broadcaster type, or view count is not equal, although here we could be more explicit. We could say the view count is smaller than excluded view count. Column reference is ambiguous. Missing from clause entry. Oh my gosh, what? Where friends dot status. Oh, hold on. Is this the right syntax? Ooh, I think that's correct. Asmongold just rated the channel. Good luck, White Panther, on reading credits after that stream. You need to give up on credits soon. It's hard work. Make a bot read it. Imagine you sub and then a bot reads your name out because White Panther just sits there like this. That would be so funny. Ah, look, it worked. See, it didn't update. 2224. So now if I go back to here, this is how I did it. It's not pretty. I actually not sure I need to nest this. I'm not sure. Let's try like this. Let's try without the nested. That might actually still work. Okay, I think it still works. Yeah, it still works. So now what I do, if I go to Twitch users, if I add another entry, let's just copy this one. And we'll add another entry and we're going to make the view count, we're going to make it, I don't know, 169. Because why not? We're going to make the insert of that, we're going to set default. Okay. So let's imagine the user record got updated. So this user is now at 169 view count. In our Twitch users meta, this person is still at 145. So we would come into our code and we would say, aha, run this, and only update it if these things apply. And now 169 updated at. Success. And I think that deserves a celebration. Don't you all think it's success? You need to handle 373,000 rows in that table. No, I do not.
Phylum 919 is waiting with a party of 6.
Now I got so afraid, J. Walter, when you said you need to handle 373,000 rows and the raid sound came off. I was so terrified that this was actually going to be a raid of 373,000. But Phylum, you have come in with 6 people? 6? 8? 6. I can't read properly. Indeed, very good timing, I have to say. So Phylum 919, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. Phylum, what were you doing? Ah, Discord bot in Python. That's cool. That's very cool. That is quite nifty. I've never really looked at how to make... I've never looked at how to make a Discord bot at all, but I assume it's relatively straightforward. I think. Thank you for that follow as well. I appreciate that. Did you have a good stream? How far along are you with the Discord bot? be curious to know what you use the bot for as well. I did something. I think I did something to OBS chat. 1 second. Did I do something weird? No, everything seems fine. Yeah, so Phylum, if you can't chat because of the security settings, I'm sorry. I had to do that for security reasons. Drop game crashed? No, it didn't. What are you talking about? Oh, you got me. I just verified my phone. Oh. Did it crash? Oh, weird. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. It's just, you know, hate rate stuff. Unfortunately. The settings shouldn't be that strict, though. I guess it depends on how old your account is as well, because I have certain settings in there for account age. Stream was okay. I tried to use an off-the-shelf Discord library for Python, but it's deprecated, so you're doing it yourself. Oh, okay. Yeah, roll your own. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool idea. The drop game is doing fun stuff. Thanks for the bits, Rugmat. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. HTTP API stuff is easy, but Discord also uses WebSockets for live events, which is a bit more to shoulder. Yes, I know actually a little bit about WebSockets now, because in my project I am actually working with both WebSockets and REST API. So yeah, that's that's a bit of a pickle, yeah. I just got something working, which is pretty cool, and I was actually going to fire off some confetti in celebration because my my updating thing works very well, which I'm very happy about. So basically what this does is this code only updates users who need to be updated. I have no idea about performance implications, which is fine. J. Walter, I take your advice to heart. But right now, I am not concerned about performance. I'm concerned about it working at all. If that makes sense. So yeah. That's my main concern right now is literally that. It's only that. I'm just doing a bit of formatting because this is kind of annoying me a little bit. Okay. So welcome into everyone who came in. Phylum, you and your viewers. I appreciate you coming in. My name is Maddie, and I'm a data person, essentially. But I've been making some strides into development for a while, I guess. Did a lot of free code camp. Yeah, to kind of learn more about development, and not only code itself, but like the process of coding and making things good versus just writing code that works, if that makes sense. And I just kind of hit the ceiling of free code camp of learning theory, and I need to apply it. And I was primarily learning free code camp for the purpose of my project. I'm currently building a real-time analytics product for live streamers on Twitch, like you, Phylum, and many others. Twitch doesn't provide you with any real-time information about your streams, and even if they did, it would just be about viewers, basically. And I'd like to do a lot more. I'd like to be able to show some really interesting stuff. So the first step of that project is obviously collecting the data from your stream. So that's what I'm currently engineering at the moment. And yeah, it's going well. It's going pretty well. If you want to sign up to like try it out when there's a first version, you can go to the website and sign up. The first 100 users of the final product will never pay for it, although I don't know what the pricing will be or if I'll ever finish the product, so no promises. But everyone who signs up to show interest, thank you, because I saw there were a couple signups today as well, so that's really cool. The feature I'm currently working on, which is like I'm building one feature end to end first, and that feature is called a raid decay, which is a kind of like survival chart of the raid. So now this is a good example, Phylum. You've come in with a raid into my channel with 6 viewers. I had X viewers before, probably, I don't know, 21, 22, something like that. It added 6. Those 6 came in with you. How long will it take for those specific 6 viewers to reach 0? That's called decay. And I want to compute a decay time for every single raid that happens to your channel. And over time, you will learn about which types of raids decay faster than others to your channel. And that's I think a very valuable piece of information if you're looking to grow your stream. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. I come from a really strong data background, which is why the development stuff is quite difficult for me. And if anyone would ask me about like what kind of data stuff I want to do with the product, I'm able to explain it really well. But from a development point of view, I still don't fully know how a lot of it is going to work. But I like that you like that attitude, Phylum. I like that. So I'll definitely have to check out your streams as well. Sounds interesting for sure. You might want to look into Mitch's workshop if you don't know Mitch. Mitch is building something to kind of aggregate all kinds of stuff around getting data from Twitch, from YouTube, from Discord, from all different types of places. And Mitch is a Python, like, absolute beast in Python. So that would be a good channel for you to check out, I think, if you don't already know Mitch. Mitch is really, really nice guy. Super nice. And great streamer as well. Really good streamer. I'm a full-time dev. The hardest part of any project is usually getting the data right. Yeah. It takes some thinking. So I think I've developed a pretty good architecture so far. So what I want to do is I want to get rid of these entries now, because that works. So I'm going to get rid of that. Twitch user meta, we're going to delete that. Okay. So we insert chatters, so we have who's in chat at that time. Then we're going to read user data. So what we're going to do is take our code to update our Twitch users. And I know this isn't any ORM stuff, but you know what? That's the way it is. So we update our Twitch users meta table, which tells us every single user with their latest information, i.e. the view count and the broadcaster type, right? So we have that information in there. Now all that we need to do is execute that query. Then we check the users that we have received in current users, which is here, which we received from here. So read this. Basically what happens is a new chatter comes into your chat. So now Phylum, for example, you've come in, it would get passed to this function, read write user, that would get passed, my chatters would get passed to read write user data. And then, so you're in this array. First I update the users in my database again, every time. Then I will query the database to check if the chatters are in the database. So essentially, for the ones who are not in the database, so query the DB to check they're in the user list. If not in the database, so there's no user entry found for you, then, or better logic would be, if found in the database, do I need to update your user entry? That's the question. Where am I writing Twitch users? I don't think I'm writing into Twitch users yet. See, I was thinking that I need to compare every time. Basically, every 2 minutes when I get chatters, what's gonna happen is they're written here. And then for each of those chatters, I want to periodically go get the user information. I don't want to do this every time, because that's a lot of data harvesting, which isn't really necessary. If anyone wants to drop in the drop game, feel free. White Panther and I are currently dropping together. I don't know how it's going to turn out. One of us might land, who knows. So I don't want to get the data for every single user every single time. The most important for me is chatters, to see who's in there, and then fundamentally get the user data if they're... Yeah, okay, we could do like this. So if found in the database, drop from the array. So will be updated in a separate process. Drop like my free CPU. You have a lot of free CPU, noob? Give some here. Download more CPU. This is quite a nerve. It's quite a mind bender. Panther landed 81. It's pretty good. It's a solid land. So basically, I query the database to check if they're in the user list. And if they're in the database, then I want to drop that user from the array, because I would go get that user's updated information at another time. But if I don't have that user at all, I want to get that user's information. Missing users, basically. Which doesn't exist yet. Something like this. Downloading Lost Ark, watching 2 streams, Discord, trying to fix logs in Memebox. Seems like only a handful is logged. Wow. I mean, I'm currently sitting at CPU wise pretty okay, to be honest. Overall 61, that's the average over all cores. Actually, we could do better. We could open up terminal and run htop to kind of show. And this is what it's sitting at the moment. So yeah, like, this is the load average. It's not bad overall. I mean, half the cores are basically at 80%, and the others are about a quarter to 30%. That's not so bad. I mean, it is a laptop after all, right? It's not a rig. It's not a rig, a beast rig like you have, noob. So query the DB to check if they are in the user list. If they're found in the database, drop that user from the array. Gaming laptop? What? Really, noob? That's awesome. That's really cool. Wow, that's powerful. What's that, like an Alienware or something? That's like serious power. Although downloads, you know, downloads aren't so bad. Downloads just internet bandwidth, of which I have plenty on a gigabit line. Powerful to a certain point. There was a reason I had to go to a 2 PC setup, yeah, for sure. Especially as like a VTuber. Can only imagine, like, there must be so much stuff running to capture like your movement and all that kind of stuff, right? If someone doesn't know, we didn't shout you out yet, noob, actually. That noob is a VTuber and part of the Claw Twitch stream team. And yeah, he's the author of Memebox, which is what we use to run our memes. You put all your memes in a box, you get a meme box. It's a great little tool that allows you to play GIFs and video and audio on your stream, or effects, like this one, for example.
I put my faith in data, information. Ones and zeros never lie.
And when it works, yeah, but it's, look, it's open source software by one person. What do you expect?
Fine, I'll say I'm sorry.
No, be sincere. Like this. I'm sorry.
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 Good, that's the one.
Garbage.
Classic. Classic garbage. So what now have our I see what you're doing. It's SQLite! Oh my gosh.
Read the chat. Read the chat and wrap it up. Or just read the chat and wrap it up. I'm a repenter.
I don't need any kids, J. Walter, anymore. I found a different thing to do, so I don't need them. Also, Rugmat, this is slightly delayed, but woo! 90 million lumens in your face, chat. Congratulations. It's become a little bit of a stream meme for those of you who aren't here often. Whenever we show something in life, in light mode, people rebel viciously. Lumen lovers descend. Oh my gosh, it's a great quote, Panther. Descend upon my stream. Yeah, why not? It's pretty fun. Yeah, so basically I have to figure out current users are the ones that are in chat right now. So let's get not current users, we want to get users in user records, users in DB. I don't know. Users in DB. And we do that by doing a try catch. Where we say users in DB is like this. And then we're going to say return pool query. We're going to say res users in db dot, wait, what's the function to add to the array? It's push, right? Yeah, push. Res dot row. I think it's something like row. Console log. I'm gonna get the query in a second. Res dot row. I need to select the ID. Basically, we create a users in DB, and we have to try a query. So we're gonna say let users update query. We're gonna call this query. We're gonna call this query existing users, right? That's what we could call them. Naming is hard. Honestly, naming is pretty tough. So existing users query. Existing users query. And we're gonna do existing users dot push. So if we say query the DB to check if they are in the user list. If found in the DB, drop that user from the array. There's probably an easy way to do this, but basically we have current users up here. There are only two hard things in programming. You're right, Steffi. Wait. I know the answer. The answer is +1 errors, recursion, and naming things. That's the answer that you're looking for, right? I think. Cache invalidation, naming things, and off by 1 errors. Exactly. Exactly. All right, so we have our existing users, which are empty for now. Then we have a query. We want to get existing users from Twitch users meta. That's actually fairly easy. We want to select distinct login. We can make this one line from Twitch users meta. That's it. Which will give us rows, which we then need to push into an array or something. I don't know yet. Okay, so we do a query. We can ignore this console log. There are no users in here. Read write user data. So what's going to happen is it's going to query and there'll be no results, which is silly because I want to add results here. ID 1, login. I don't know, let's do silly person.com. What? Broadcaster type null, view count 0, created at, I don't know, whenever. Let's put them in there. Okay, so now that they're in there, console log res.row, I don't know if that's correct. May not exist on query result any. Did you mean rows? Does anyone know the syntax for this? Probably not. Let's see what happens. We have to return nothing, for example. Then we have missing users is the final thing. So if there's no data, drop that user from the array. For all users missing in the DB, run get users and write to DB. So for now, I don't want to run get users yet. Oh, we could do, hold on. I want to skip this for now. Yeah, okay. So to get my chatters, it's going to write them into the Postgres database. Then it's going to go into this function. It's going to update my users in the database, which is good because right now, we inserted into meta, not into users. That's actually silly. We shouldn't have done that. Let me just get rid of this. Let's do this properly. ID, whatever. Login is, I don't know. Whatever. Broadcaster type null, view count default, created at, whatever. Something. Submit. So we have a user in here that isn't in Twitch users meta, which is good. That's fine. At some point, that could happen. So they get inserted into here. The users update query. Fine. User update query executed. Then we query the database to find out who's in Twitch users meta. Who are the logins? And are any of them not in what we have? So like in this existing users thing. So technically technically we could do this a bit differently, I guess, but it's fine. And I will console log the rows, which I should get one row from here. I should get one item in res rows here. Let's see what happens. It's time to run it. Let's see what happens. Oh, user update query executed. That's here. Console log res rows. So that didn't work for some reason. Let's try again. Can you have multiple try catches? Maybe it's just a syntax problem. Can you have multiple try catches in a single code block? You can, right? I have an async function with a try catch and then another try catch. It should go through all the tries, right? Or maybe not. Does anyone in chat know that? Multiple try catch in async function. I should wrap them each in a function, shouldn't I? Oh, my chat died. 1 second. I see that people are writing stuff. 1 second. I was thinking everything is so quiet. Syntax for which? Okay, got orienteering practice tomorrow morning. Good night, J. Walter. Thank you, J. Walter, for stopping by. Rugmat, so I can't use multiple try-catch loops. Ah, you can. Wait, no, but I don't want to nest them. You got distracted watching back your stream from earlier, Panther. I do that too. The thing is, I'm not really sure. So if I have an async function that does something with a try catch in it, in theory, I should probably split these off into different functions. I also like watching my own streams. But there's an expression for what that... It's like listening to your own music. Which, anyway, I won't get into the quote. But there's a quote about fluids. Rugmat, so... If I want to do this update... Yeah, Panther, I'll have to send it to you. It's not TOS friendly. Definitely not. You can answer my question though, Panther. If I have a function, an async function, or a function that's being executed asynchronously, read write user data. If I do one thing here, try catch, it will do the try, but will it ever get into this second try? See, that's what I don't know. It seems not. It seems not, because... Ah, but if I don't return here, I don't have to do a return in theory. So if I don't return, then it's not an issue, right? If I don't return there... Oh! Cannot use a pool after calling end on the pool. What? What? I didn't close the pool. What are they talking about? I only closed the pool much later. Makes no sense. Hot tubs and pools and beaches, here we come. Who knows what will happen. Async function, read write user data. Did I not await them? Ah, crap. Yeah, you're right. Oh, I'm glad I hit that mute button in time. Woo. So, question about the waiting, actually. Thank you, Rugmat, by the way. About awaiting. So, if I have a const, my chatter data, await, blah blah blah. If I never use the const, can't you just do await? You don't have to define it. You don't have to define it as a const, right? If you don't need it as a variable available to you, you can just do await, right? You don't need to actually const it. Yeah, cool, okay. Because I don't need them. I don't need them. I'll just read the chat. Read the chat and... Hey! Oh, it worked! Oh, snap. Okay. This is cool. This is very cool.
I'll just read the chat and wrap it up. I'll just read the chat and wrap it up. I'm a Panther.
So if I do console log res rows login, is that the right syntax to get this value? Is that correct? Let's see. Undefined. Oh. Hold on a second. How do I correctly access if in the array? That's the question. Twitch users meta should now have this value. Yes. Okay, updated 2302. Perfect. Twitch chatters is filling up nicely every time we run it. There we go. These are all the people in chat. Twitch users only has one entry because we're not filling that yet again. Okay. So what I don't get is result.rows. So each user from the table will populate another row. Do I have to loop through them? Oh. Actually, I have an idea. We already have current users. We could do... Actually, I'm wondering if this is actually better. Console log current users. I'm actually wondering, wouldn't it be cool if we used this variable as part of the SQL? Oh yeah, because we already have an array. Oh, that could be cool. And then I could just do a query, select distinct login from Twitch users, where login not in, and then pass this as a variable. Current users. I don't know if that works. That's the thing. How can I test if this works? I guess it'll tell us if the SQL is not valid. Yeah, syntax error. Okay. Not in actually needs to be in brackets. Can we mutate current users? Can we change this up a bit? Can we make let user array? No, it's not. It's in brackets. User, I don't know. Users in brackets. I don't know what else to call this. I don't know what this is. Users in brackets, because that's what it is. It's users in brackets. And I do literally like, you know, a string. And then, oh, I need to do backticks, right? Can I try this out? Let me just put this in here. Just to see if it works. Which it probably won't, let's be honest. Why would it? Did it work? I think it worked. Wait, what? This is so hacky though. This is so hacky. Is there a way, if this is my string, what's the easiest way to swap the square brackets for normal brackets? Is there like string replace? I think it's replace. Yeah. So if we do users in brackets is literally, oh my god, this is gonna be nuts, equals current users dot replace replace. You can't just switch those brackets without changing the type, but it's a string from what I replace. We want to replace this is a bit messy. We want to replace both of them. Can I do that? Both with the other brackets, or do I need to run two replaces? Let's see what happens. Aha. Those brackets are not part of the string. Ah. Okay, so it's not easier to do it this way. It's not easier to do it this way then. Definitely not. We're gonna do select distinct login from Twitch users meta, which gives us that one row. Now the question is, how do I only get the login value from res.rows? How do I only get the key login? Is it just login? I'm not really sure about the syntax. Wait a second. I have to stop logging the current users. Res rows. I need to see the syntax again. Oh, this needs a for loop though. Yeah. This needs a for loop because I need to go through every single result to get the login key. Right now there's only one. Yeah. That's here. So basically, if someone is found in the DB, yeah, this makes sense. Okay. We want to do a for loop for let I equal 0, I is less than res. I should stop. Oh, not like this. Res rows dot length. Oh, you're right. And then just populate it. You're right. So if you do console log, 1 second, for each row, we just do we just push. So we're currently in res rows. So if I do login, it should push it each time, right? Row is declared, but its value is never read. Row.login. Yeah, still going, TD. Module not found. Excuse me? Internal binding error. Eh? What? What is this?
Garbage.
Cannot find module? Excuse me? What just happened? I don't understand this. What happened? Didn't even change anything. Oh, yeah. Ooh, what happened there? That's not good. Where did that come from? That's strange. That's interesting. What the hell? How did that happen? How does that even happen? That's interesting. It's a ghost. Okay, so no results. Ah, because of autocomplete somewhere. Okay. So for let row in res.rows console log login. This shouldn't be null. This shouldn't be undefined. Login is not defined. It should be for each. Hold on a second. Oh, it's an of. What? Let row of res rows. Oh. And then rows.login, row.login. Ah, yeah, okay. So if we had two users here, let's insert another user into Twitch users. Let's insert user ID whatever with another login. Broadcaster type TD baby. Thank you very much, by the way, Rugmat. With view count of 69. Created at obviously a long time ago, before Twitch even existed. Okay. You can be a user, of course. Good land, Rugmat. Oh, I want to try and land now. Alright, so TD baby is not yet in there, but when we do this, it's gonna add you. User update query executed. Aha. There we go. Are you throwing bits at me to try and get me not land? Wow, that worked. That is certainly pay to win right there. And now TD baby will also be in here. TD baby. Hilarious. Oh, there's an error here. This will actually get fixed now. Because the broadcaster type isn't equal. So it's gonna update your record. Oh, it didn't. Interesting. Okay, I might have to fix that one later. Interesting. TD baby. So basically this works. Now I need help with arrays. So we have an array. Basically we have an array, which is here. Existing users dot push row dot login, and then we can console log existing users after this at the end. Oh my word, type. Okay, double, no, single. So we should get yeah, so we have an array of 2 users. The created date wasn't far off your birthday. Really? That's cool. That's completely by chance, by the way. So, we now have a existing users array. And now what I want to do is take the current users, of which there are 28 of them. Where am I console logging my chatters? I kind of want to get rid of that. Here. So I want to do here, I want to say console log existing users, console log current users. And I want to get rid of the ones in current users who are in existing users. And that will be the missing users, which is probably an array filter. I didn't learn filter. So I have an itch. Is that correct? Thank you for the bits, by the way, Rugman. Appreciate that always. Filter provides callback, blah, blah, blah. Filtering out small values, prime numbers. Filtering invalid entries from JSON. Searching in an array. Is this the kind of thing we need? No. Ah, here we go. Deleting. I want to modify them. Appending new words. Deleting words. Here we go. We have words equals blah blah blah. Bedtime for Bew Panther. Thank you very much for hanging out. Been a pleasure as always. I enjoyed your stream earlier today as well. Take care and good night. And see you soon, I guess. Sooner than you think. Good night, Panther. Let's drop for Panther. Drop, 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 drop! As Noob would say. Oh wow, I went straight into the corner. Useless. Const. Delete words. Can I just copy this? Also, Panther, I saw your suggestion for a raid. Definitely a good target. Const. Missing users. So do let missing users equal that. I'm just gonna do missing users equal current users dot filter word index array. What the? I have to run an ad, chat. I'm sorry for those of you who are watching. It'll just be 30 seconds. Ah, someone help me figure this out. It's late and I just want to get it done. I don't understand. Maddie is Freddy during the sleep. So I pop the array. Can you do it this way? What's the easiest way to filter out entries from one array from another array? That's the question of what the best way to use, what is the best approach to do that, basically. So we have our existing users, we have our current users, which I'll take out, and then we have our final array. Is that correct? A lot of them were removed. Why is that? Aiton. The rest just got removed? What's the issue there? I don't get it. I don't understand. Oh, sets. Really? This seems like a cool solution. Someone did suggest just using array includes. That could work. So we have missing users equals current users dot filter function el return to remove current users. No, this has got to be missing users. I think. Does that make sense from the logic point of view? I think. Hold on a second. Missing users equals current users dot filter existing users. I think that's the logic. Yeah, exactly. So basically you've got your existing users, which are these two, and then it goes through the current users and outputs the ones that aren't yet in there. Right. Now we have missing users as an array. And now comes the fun part. For all users missing in the database, run get users and write to the database. So we do const user data, missing user data, equals await get user from missing users. .data or something? I don't know. Let's see if this works. I don't have my high hopes. Oh, there you go. Now I just need to loop. Now I just need to take this stuff and pop it into the users table. Kind of like what I was doing with the chatters thing. Essentially. How did I do that? Write chatter data. JSON stringify users. So we do JSON stringify okay, how does this look? Oh. Converting circular structure. I cannot believe Pretzel Rocks has a tier 2 sub, honestly. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. Okay, this didn't work. Oh wait, we already have that. Wait. Wait. We need to know I have received a message, it seems.
I think I am getting a text message. Bloop. Ah, there it is.
So many people texting while I'm streaming. Don't they know that I'm streaming? You know? Don't people know that you're streaming? Ooh, apparently Wordle has moved to the New York Times servers already. So everybody's streaks are gone. No data retention. Alright, so... this is so... Oh, your stats were retained, Rugmat. That's pretty cool. So I'm having a problem here. The problem is... I need to... Though I have stats everywhere. Ah, I see. So yeah, okay. So here's the issue. Missing users data. All right, dot data. You lost today, did you? Shame. So this is all the user data that I need. Now the thing is, if I want to log these to Postgres, I need to figure out how the F am I going to write this into Twitch users. That's basically the question. So if I do an insert into Twitch users, I can get the syntax. That's not a problem. If I do like here, whatever. If I do that, I can get the syntax, but like these are each a single array of objects. How do I map those fields again? That's the question. How do I map those fields again? I don't know how to do this. I just simply don't know how to do it. I don't know how to take a result of this function, basically the data that we're seeing here. I don't know how to take this result and translate that into the insert statement. Missing user data, new user data. Just gonna call it new user data. And then use user data query. I don't know how to name stuff. Now, the problem is it garbage though? Your internet is dying. Why is it dying? Oh, this track. We know this one. So we could try to run this query. And then console log the result. Insert into Twitch users. Now, of course, the fields are different. I don't know if it will like this. I have no idea. Probably not, but we can try anyway. Let me copy this from the other one though. Welcome. Welcome. I'm sorry to hear that, Rugmat. Here. Oops. Insert into Twitch users. ID login, broadcaster type, view count created at. Values coming from new user data. It's probably going to fail, but let's see what the error message is. Insert has more target columns than expressions. Ah, yes, of course. Because there's more fields in each of these than target columns. Okay, how do we drop some of those columns? How do we get rid of those? How do we do that? How can we pick them up? Drop columns. Noob, do you know how to do that? What would be the easiest way to do that? Obviously, I'm trying to insert ID login, broadcaster type, view count, blah blah blah, and there are others in here, like display name, for example. This is removing the JSON. The JSON gets broken down into SQL automatically afterwards. So it can handle the JSON as values. That's not an issue. What's the problem is that the problem is that there's too many columns. You can use delete object prop. But if you do that, so if I have a new user data, this is the it's an array of objects, isn't it? So I would have to use a for loop to remove them. I think. Where is it? Here. Yeah, it's an array of objects. Delete object.prop in array of objects. Probably needs a loop. I don't see any other way to do it. To remove a property from all objects in an array, call the map method. Oh, that's true. We could use this could work. This could work. This could work. New user data. We should probably use a let. So let your new user data equal that. And then const array equals blah blah. We already have that. So if we do new user data for each object, delete object. What don't we want? Display name. Console log. New user data. So in theory, the display name should now be out. Yeah. Oh, wow, that worked beautifully. Cool. Now we just have to take the other ones out. Which ones don't we want? Thanks, Noob. Appreciate it. We want ID, login. We don't want type. Broadcaster type. We don't want description. We don't want profile. Oh my gosh, I can't type. Profile image URL. Just gonna copy this one instead. Offline image URL. View count and created at we want. Okay, so can we do multiple deletes in there? I think so, right? Should be possible. Nice. ID, login, broadcaster type, view count, created at. Okay, insert has more target columns than expressions. ID, login, broadcaster type, view count, created at. Inserted at is the default value. So, let me try something. Just gonna take one of them and run the same query. Insert into oh my gosh. Insert into Twitch users values syntax error. Okay. Aha, but I don't know, it's not a JSON column. Oh, you know what? We need to explode. I know what the problem is. We need to explode the values. We only need the values and not the column names. Didn't we deal with this last time? I feel like we dealt with this already. No? I feel like we already dealt with this. Which is weird, I know, but I feel like we already did it. Yeah, here. Chatters, JSON stringify users. What happens if we JSON stringify this? New user data. Yeah, fun. Oh, I know why, because I inserted that data from the chatters as an array. That's why. Oh. What's the correct way to parse this? That's what I'm wondering. We're so close. We're so close. I'm just missing... I'm missing that little bit of knowledge to be able to get this over that. That's just like the part that I'm missing, is that I've never inserted data into a Postgres database where the data has come from somewhere. I've always imported it as a CSV or something like that. What the problem is here is I only need the values because they match the columns. That's the problem. The values should be, instead of it being like this, what I need to be doing is just taking out the properties, only reading the values. I just wonder what the best way of converting that is. Drop columns we don't need from the array of objects. If we wanted to only read new user data, let me just take the first item. This might make it a bit easier to process. Also, I'm just gonna just comment that out for the moment. Oops, made a mistake. Typo. Oh, Sympathy. Hey, Sympathy. Didn't realize you were here. That's super cool. Sympathy is another fellow streamer. Many of you probably don't know her. Sympathy does a lot of game dev, but is a data person as well, actually. Since over a year now, I believe. I really like her streams. It's one of the first streamers I started watching, actually. I just don't find the time to watch her streams a lot, or your streams a lot, Sympathy, if you're listening, because time zones. So if I were to just take this and just pick the values, how can I drop the key names and only pick the values? Object drop key names. Keep key values. Is it entries? Is it object values? I'm not sure, actually. Does that work? No. Oh wait, no, sorry. It's we have to use the object notation. It's actually formal, right? Object dot values, and then new user data 0. Haha. I think we just wrote the same thing, Rugmat. Perfect. Perfect. Literally perfect. We have all the things that we need. So now the question is, can we, for each, again, if we knew user data, can we somehow, maybe we should push it into a new object? Does that make sense? What a track. I think pushing it into a new object or into the existing one, both could make sense. For each object, object.values. User data. I'm gonna call it just user data. And then what I'm gonna do is say new user data equals array. And then do, can I push these into the array? Can I push each object into the array? Is this the right way to do it? That's the question. Basically something like this. So if we did let I equals 0, I equals 0, I is less than user data dot length. I'm not sure if that applies. Oh, we need semicolons, right? And then I++. I don't know if this works. Let's try console log new user data. Might just be empty. Let new user data. Okay, here's the test. Shoop. Why does it look so weird? I guess it's correct. It just looks a bit weird. Oh wait, they're not objects. Maybe that's better. Might be better. I don't know how this is gonna work, but maybe it might. So let the new user data query equal this. Values are new user data. What's it gonna say? I don't know. Let's see what happens, chat. In any case, I need to start thinking about going to bed soon. Insert has more target columns than expressions. It's just the formatting isn't right. I could run a loop here. I could query each line as an insert, as a separate insert. Might actually make sense. Because the target format, so basically if you want to know, the target format is basically values. They need to look like this. Postgres insert into. So they're comma separated. Basically. Oh, sorry. So they're comma separated. Now, each of these arrays in new user data are technically comma separated. If I do console log new user data 0, you see here, it's an array. That might work. What if we just cheated and said let me just do like this. The array might cause problems. I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. This is where we do JSON to string, right? Probably. No. Hold on a second. Need to see what this looks like. I had the wrong one in the console log. Oh. How do I remove the array from something? That's the question. That's what's causing the issue, is I can't insert because that value is an array in itself. Maybe I should oh, hold on a second. Maybe I could have a table where I just take this and then I just insert it and then I put that into the Twitch users table. Because I can do that in SQL quite easily. I just don't know if I can do that in JavaScript so easily. We could do it like that. Might even be faster. Because we haven't inserted at. We could have the same. We could run that quite easily. So if I go to here, if I create table, Twitch users raw, and I do user array. I'm going to store this as varchar. Oh no, I just store it as JSONB. I don't know if you can see this. Hold on. Just store this as JSONB. Get rid of these. And then create that. So now there'll be a Twitch users raw table eventually. Come on, there we go. Alter table Twitch users raw owner to Postgres. Okay, so Twitch users raw. So what we can do is this is a raw array and that is a valid format for Twitch users raw, which we can do here. We don't even need these anymore. Values temp. This actually should work. Yeah, works. Ta-da! There you go. Then we just take users raw and mutate it into users. Boom. Job done. Yeah, that works. That works. So what we're gonna do is I think I need to leave this here because I still need to think about how to write each of these into the chat because I think it needs a for loop. Because I think it needs a for loop to get them all. I want to get them all now. I want to do it now. Okay, let's do it now quickly. So we have a new user data, which does everything we want it to. So we have a new user data object. And then we do, okay. The new user data query, we could actually skip that entirely. And we could do instead pool.query. Oops. Bit of lag here, sorry. Insert into Twitch users raw values, and then the values are coming from a different variable, namely, get rid of this. They're coming from a for loop. Can I just see something? New user data dot length. I hope that works. Just gonna comment that out too. $24. Okay. So this should technically work because we have a try which has a for loop in it. We could actually build the for loop before putting this. So we do for let I equal 0, I is less than new user data dot length I plus plus console log this should be the right format. Yeah, so that's each row. That's each row individually, and then I can just insert them. What, Rugmat? No, why? Why what? Are you saying we could do it in one for loop? Is what you're saying. So what you're saying is we could do a JSON stringify wrapped around this and then use this. Oh, you just don't like the I loops. Well, you know, this is like MVP version. It just has to work. We can improve it later. You prefer for of, I see. Let row of res rows. So if I were to translate that to this, it would be for I. Well, no, hold on a second. I don't know how that works here. What's the syntax here? The syntax is user data dot length. So what's the variable? I don't think that works the same way, right? I don't think it works in the same way. For in for an object. Ah. Okay, so if you say for... Okay, hold on a second. I'm curious about this now. For in object example. But if we're dealing with length, that's for the keys. Right. That's only for the values and for the keys. Okay. But I'm gonna leave it there for today, but it's something I probably want to improve. Refactoring. But basically this is good. That works. Let me just try that again. So it should output each row. Yeah, they don't have to be ordered. They don't have to be ordered. It's not a problem. Basically, I'll show you what's gonna happen now. So this for loop here actually needs to be here.
Bash Bunny is raiding with a party of
Oh,
69.
Bash! 69! Very nice raid. Very, very nice raid number. Beautiful raid number. Was that deliberate? Did you try and get 69? That is amazing. Noob, thank you for the shout out for Bash Bunny. Bitsy official. Time heals all wounds. Thank you so much for the follow, and I can't control my heart. It's very true. I also can't. I can't. It's true. Thank you very much for the follow. Bodan R, thank you very much for the follow as well. Bash, how was your Oh, Toxic Bunny Fridays. So you were gaming? Apex? I think it is you play? I see code, I follow. Fair enough, Otzi. Yeah, Fridays are always Apex streams, right? I lurk in your stream quite a bit. Not enough. Time zones, you know. MJS is when you've modularized. Yes, module. Yes, Nix Krage. Exactly. I couldn't even begin to explain it properly to you, though, because I'm extremely noob. But we're about to do something really cool, because actually, now that there's more chatters here, this is way more exciting. We're actually going to see... We're actually going to see all of the amazing chatters in my chat. Well, I hope you had a good stream, Bash. It certainly sounds like it.
Show me what you got.
I will. I will.
Show me what you got.
I will.
Show me what you got. I want to see what you got. Oh boy.
I'm going to write all of this user data into my database. How do I access that? You have to go eat. You should definitely eat. That is very important. Nice theme, reminds me of my own. I try to use high contrast themes, Nix. Also, a lot of you who have arrived, you may not know who I am, and that's totally normal. I am Maritushus. I am a science and tech streamer. I do not know much at all about development. I am a data person, actually. And I am currently building a product for live streamers like Bash. It's a real-time analytics engine for your stream, because Twitch doesn't tell you anything in real time. So the idea would be to use the data that we have available to us from Twitch via WebSocket, via API, etc., to actually inform us about what is happening in the stream. So yeah, that's basically the idea. So let's see what happens now. Let's see actually what happens with this for loop. I'm not sure this is going to work, but if it does, then all of you will be inside my database. And some of you might not be able to chat, which is fine. I have enhanced security settings because of, well, you know, harassment. This might not work in one go. It's doing something. It's got to go through 70. Oh. It's got to go through 70 inserts. It might have worked. Possible. Oh! It worked. You're all in my database now. Look at that. Holy moly. This is actually pretty sick. That worked really well. Holy moly. That is actually insanely awesome. Okay, so let me explain a little bit more in detail about how this works. Nix, my theme is also high contrast. It's on the VS Code store. Theme Nix HC. Oh, you have your own. Though it aims to have a bit more contrast between the black background and text. Okay, nice. So basically what I'm doing is when this function runs, I'm getting everyone who's in my chat. I'm taking all of those chatters because Twitch only tells you who's in chat. Nothing more. It just tells you the usernames. That's it. Well, it tells you their role, like viewer or whatever. So I take of that user data, what I call chatters. I take them and I loop them through a function to write that chatter data first into my Twitch chatters table. It's all on Postgres, by the way. So this Postgres table basically is a record. Every time I run this function, those are all the people in my chat at that time. This alone allows you to compute view times for all of the people in your chat, assuming that this function runs all the time autonomously. That's one thing. Now, what we're missing is that we don't know much about the chatters. So what we want to do is actually get information about the users. Now, the way that we do that is we store all of the data about the users. So if I execute this again, what will happen is it will look for the users that were already found. And if it doesn't find any, it will insert those rows again. Now, it's inserted this twice, which is fine. It's not such a problem. But basically what it does is it goes to get information about those users. So for example, Bash is user ID 47 whatever, is partnered, has a certain view count, and has a certain creation date. And that data would allow us to figure out, for example, purely on the creation date of the account, do you have a tendency to attract new users to Twitch to your stream or older users from Twitch, for example? Are you attracting a lot of other streamers to your stream or purely viewers who don't stream on Twitch? Purely based on the role and on view counts, right? Someone has a view count of 4, you can probably assume they're not a streamer or they're a very small streamer. Whereas if someone has a view count of 0, they've never streamed. Simple. Now, I use Nightmare as a dark theme. It's high contrast. Nice. I actually don't know the name of this theme. I'd have to check. So then I basically read and write this chat data. And then what happens after that is basically I will listen in chat. Wow. Daxter, thank you very much for the follow. When there is a raid event. So actually what I'm currently engineering is the first feature of my app, which is the raid decay feature. It looks to just be default high contrast. Probably, yeah. I don't think I changed it. In VS Code, that is. In DataGrip, I'm using a different theme. That I know. You want to know your view count. Let's see, your view count. If we look in the list here, should be able to see it somewhere. Itzy, your view count is 603. Do you stream as well, Itzy? Actually ran out of water.
Wow.
Santa Wyman? Santa Wyman? Or Sant Amen? I'm not sure about the pronunciation of that one, but thank you for the follow. I hope you like lemons. The view count is computed from Twitch about how many views your channel has gotten over its lifetime. I don't know how accurate it is. It's Twitch's number that it just gives you. These are not updated that often either. But yeah, essentially, all of this data will then be used for our first feature. Maybe I should open the Miro board. Maybe I should open the Miro board. In the meantime, if you want to know about this project, if you're a streamer, if you're interested in participating in the beta, or I should say alpha, because it's nowhere near finished, it's called Just in Numbers, which, yes, is a throwback to Twitch's previous name, Justin TV. You can sign up for the waitlist on my website, justinnumbers.com. It's totally free. At some point I might monetize it, but for now it's going to be totally free. So basically, there's a lot of stuff here. So this is what we're doing right now. We want to build one feature completely end to end to make sure that this app functions as intended. That one feature we are building end to end is called raid decay. It's very simple. When someone raids your channel, like Bash has just raided me with 69 viewers, those 69 people, by the way, you 69 viewers get put into a what's called a cohort or a group. That group of people is then watched over time. So every 2 or 3 minutes, this app will make requests to Twitch for who's in chat. And over time, the amount of people who came in, those 69 people, will reduce to 0. That's called decay. And what I want to compute in real time is the decay rate for a raid. So you can see in your dashboard which viewers are from, like, which raids are decaying at what rates, essentially. Rugmat, very good question. How do you know who were the 69 viewers? It is not possible to know with 100% accuracy which 69 viewers came from a specific channel, unfortunately. However, if we are requesting with a high enough frequency the data from the endpoint about which chatters are in the stream, then using simple timestamps, we can, with a pretty high degree of accuracy, approximate. Also because the raid tells us how many people came in, so we should get very, very close to that number. So Bash's raid was 69 people. So in my computation, if I get 69, I know that I'm probably correct. If I do that 100 times and I'm right 99% of the time, I'm fine with that. If it's 50-50, then I would try and improve it, of course. So yeah, basically the idea is to provide better analytics to streamers. So one feature end to end means we need to get data collection up and running, which is the case. I'm using a piece of software called Tau. Tau basically unifies all of the Twitch APIs together. It's built by one of the streamers from my stream team, Finite, and basically you get to monitor all of your data. And the thing is that Tau is running in a web instance in what's called Railway. That enables me to have access to Tau running 24/7. Tau was actually built to run locally in a Docker container, but we managed to get it running in the cloud, which means that Tau is running 24/7. So I do not miss any historical data from event sub. On top of that, we need to get historical data. We need to get a lot of historical data about viewers. We need to get data about, there's all types of data that we need to get from the Twitch API. Basically all of this stuff. We need to get anything that's in here that's historical. So like stream info, viewers, chatters, chat content, threads, mentions, commands, all that stuff. Information about hype trains, bits, clips, polls, raids, hosts, as well as channel point redemptions, moderations, and users, and predictions. So a lot of that stuff is historical. And basically, we're at the point in time where I would say that we're close to having all the data that we need for that. Basically, we're like here now, which is the data is written in Postgres. It's not fully in the format I want it to be, but it's close. And once it is, then I'll be able to start working on the actual front-end integration, how it looks and kind of how it syncs with everything. But yeah, that's basically the app. It went through a lot of different names, a lot of different options. But yeah, I'm building this live on Twitch. I think it's good fun. And yeah, I kind of reached sort of the end of what I wanted to do today, which was get everything sorted in Postgres. I wanted to be able to read this data into Postgres, and that's working nicely now. So I am going to start wrapping up my stream, and we're gonna go find someone to raid. But first,
Wow.
Matthew Muller, thank you very much for the follow. What background image is this? Ian, was that you? Ian? Yeah, Mats, all the Mats unite. We have the power. We have the power, Mats. Background Y. Background Y. Yeah, so at the end of my stream, I like to say thank you. Background boogers. I like to say thank you. Obviously, this stream wouldn't be anything without all of you being here and supporting me and, you know, helping out and asking questions and all that stuff. So I'm extremely grateful. I'm grateful to my new subscribers, that noob Exegete, Ian Alex Hart, Not T Drayson, Stream Elements, Pretzel Rocks, those are gifted subs, Steffi and Rars. Thank you so much for those subs. Everyone who gifted as well, I appreciate that. Thank you to Matthew Muller, Sant Wyman or Sant Amen, Dex Turks, Bodan, Ötzi Official, I Can't Control My Farts, Phylum, Jays, and Tiag, sorry, I can't read that, Kinbreak. Thank you very much for those follows. Thank you very much as well to all the people who gave bits, Rugmat, White Panther, and Rars. It's always very appreciated. I would like to keep the love in science and tech today. So I think we're going to go visit a pretty good streamer. Actually, more than just pretty good. We're gonna go visit a good friend of the Claw. And I would like you to show as much love as possible for Ebony, Metal on Coffee, because she does really cool stuff on stream. A lot of stuff that I don't know how to do, especially around like the bot stuff, like Twitch bot stuff, and a lot of cool development stuff. So yeah, I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. On Monday, next Monday, so my streams are always Monday and Friday. Monday is going to be a sponsored stream. It's going to be very interesting. Monday is Valentine's Day. And the stream title is Can We Measure Love? And I won't say anything more than that. So if you're interested, it would be cool to see you on Monday. I hope you all have a great weekend. And yeah, I hope to see many of you next time.
Wow.
John Adair, thank you very much for that follow. I appreciate it. Please show Metal and Coffee lots of love, and see you all next time, I hope.